It's not the quantity. It's the type.
Go ahead.
All right, we are live. Thank you everyone for joining us. To those of you tuning in, we have all council members, our planner, Mr. Payton, our Director of Infrastructure this evening, Mr. Romano, and our CAO, Brent Olnick. I will call for the meeting to come to order. Meeting be called to order and that the meeting be adopted as circulated. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded. Councillor Craig, any questions, concerns? Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. I approve. I'm going to vote to approve this agenda and any changes that we make inside the meeting. such as addendums. But I want to clarify that I will not approve any changes made to the agenda once the meeting is finished. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. No addendums to be added to the agenda for this evening. And 4, we have opening remarks. The RM of West St. Paul strives to be a safe and inclusive community that residents are proud to call home, where diversity is embraced, the environment and leadership is valued and trusted. The West St. Paul Council is committed to working as a team to provide good governance, safe and reliable infrastructure, recreational facilities, and outdoor spaces that the community can enjoy in a sustainable way that values the environment and is financially prudent. Thank you. Right, we have 2 public hearings on our agenda for this evening, and I will open the public hearing for the first subdivision application. Be it resolved that the meeting of council recess for the purpose of holding a public hearing pursuant to section 125(2) of the Planning Act. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Prague, seconded Councillor Link. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. I will turn it over to you, Mr. Planner, to guide us through the background information.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Getting a message that I'm not able to share my screen. So if the admin can rectify that. Okay. Thank you very much. So the first application for council tonight is subdivision S21-2880. There is a public hearing associated with this subdivision application as there are new roads being proposed. So this subdivision is to create 297 lots in both the RS Serviced Residential and the RMF1 Serviced Multifamily Residential 1 zones, in addition to those new public roads and new public reserves. As you can see on the context map, the subject lands are generally located south of Grasmere, east of McPhillips, north of the perimeter, and west of the CPR railway tracks. The area encompassing the subdivision, not including the residual lots, which residual lots are, you can consider them sort of leftover pieces of land from the subdivision. So the area encompassing the subdivision, not including residual lots, is approximately 64 acres in area, and that's the area bounded by the black dashed line before you on the screen. The subject lands are designated as an emerging residential neighborhood. Under the secondary plan, there is a portion adjacent to Capitalist Drive that is designated highway commercial, but that portion will be a new public road. So all the proposed new lots are within that emerging residential neighborhood designation. In terms of zoning, the lands are zoned primarily RS Service Residential. That is the brown color on the screen before you. That's a single-family residential zone, so allows for single-family dwellings that are fully serviced with municipal water and sewer. The other effective zoning on the property is RMF1. That is a serviced multifamily residential zone. It allows for single-family dwellings as well as two-family dwellings and multiple family dwellings, where each unit has direct access to ground level. So it would permit, for example, townhomes and side-by-side dwellings. It would not permit apartment blocks. So those are the two effective zones on the subject lands. As you can see here, the area encompassing the subdivision and indeed some of the proposed lots do directly abut commercially zoned properties on Capitalist Drive. So that yellow color is a commercial zone. So again, some of the proposed lots directly abut that commercial zone. Fencing and tree planting is already required along the rear property lines of those commercial lots. If council deems additional screening or buffering is necessary to ensure compatibility with the proposed residential uses, that could be addressed in the recommended development agreement. So I just wanted to point that out while I had the zoning map before you now. So this is the applicant's subdivision application map. So this is what they are proposing in terms of new lots, new public roads, and public reserves. So I've added a couple labels here to orient everyone. So you can see Capitalist Drive on the bottom left. The parcel identified as parcel A there is the King's School, private school and church site. So there's a few things that I want to identify on the applicant's subdivision application map. The first is the network of new public roads that's being proposed. So that's the new roads are identified in the dark gray color. So the subdivision would result, if approved, in a western extension of Parkview Point Drive, as well as an additional road connection to Capitalist Drive, as you can see again on the screen before you. So the Parkview Point Drive extension is the northernmost road before you now. So that's the top of the screen. Parkview Point Drive, from Main Street to its current terminus, just west of the Sonova Center, has already been approved as part of the initial phase of the Parkview Point residential neighborhood. And the RM has requested a condition of approval that would require construction of Parkview Point Drive across the railway line and up to Main Street, as previously approved, prior to the sale of any lots created by the subdivision. So what that means is before any of the lots proposed within this subdivision are sold and developed and occupied, there would be road access directly from the subdivision to Main Street via that previously approved Parkview Point Drive. There are policies related to street design in the Middle Church Secondary Plan. Those would be addressed in the recommended development agreement. The second thing I want to point out on the applicant's map here are the public reserve lands to be dedicated to the RM. So they total approximately 9.57 acres. The largest public reserve, that which is in roughly the middle of the subdivision in the center of the screen before you, would contain a 4.6 acre retention pond. There are also public reserves that would connect the proposed subdivision to the site of the King's School and church, as you can see. There would be a community trail system as well developed on the public reserves, which is something that the Middle Church Secondary Plan does advocate for. And so the design and development of the public reserves, again, would be addressed within the development agreement. In addition to the public reserves and public roads that are being proposed, the RM has also requested that one of the residual lots be transferred to the RM for future expansion of the RM's public works site. So the residual lot is shown in the orange color before you now on the screen. So the RM has requested a condition of approval that would require that this residual lot be transferred to the RM, again, for future expansion of the public works site, and if deemed necessary by the RM, some of this residual lot could also be used as a public reserve for example, as an expansion of the trail system that's being proposed. So as I mentioned previously, there are 297 lots being proposed as part of the subdivision. 210 of those lots are located primarily in the RS serviced residential zone. So that's, again, a zone that allows for fully serviced single-family residential dwellings. So all lots in this zone comply with or exceed the minimum requirements for area and width as laid out in the zoning bylaw. So the width of the proposed lots in the RS zone ranges from 44 feet, which is the minimum required in that zone, up to 59.2 feet wide. In terms of area, the minimum requirement in the RS zone is 4,400 square feet. The proposed lots range in size from just over 5,200 square feet to well over 15,000 square feet in area. So there's quite a range being proposed, but all the lots, like I said, exceed the minimum requirements for area. There are also 87 lots being proposed in the RMF1 serviced residential multifamily zone. And I've added a note here just to indicate that although there are 87 lots being proposed with that zone, not all of those lots are intended for multifamily or two-family dwellings. Some of those lots, although they're in the RMF1 zone, the applicant has indicated will be developed with single-family dwellings. So in terms of the requirements in the RMF1 zone, the minimum width for lots is 24 feet. The proposed lots range in width from 25 feet to 48.9 feet. The minimum area requirement in that zone is 2,400 square feet, and the proposed lots again exceed that by quite a bit. The proposed lots in the RMF1 zone range from 3,200 square feet, just over that, to over 6,500 square feet. So again, quite a range. And that mix of lot sizes and potential housing types is actually something that's advocated in both the secondary plan and development plan. Just a note about multifamily and two-family dwellings. The secondary plan states that multifamily buildings should conform to the principles of universal design and, where possible, contain units that are accessible or adaptable for people with physical disabilities. If deemed necessary, council can address these policies through conditions of approval or through the development agreement that's being recommended already. So moving on, the applicant has submitted, in addition to their subdivision application map, a concept plan that shows the existing Parkview Point phase that was approved already. That's to the right of the screen. It's not in color. There's the area that's encompassing the subdivision that council is considering today. That's outlined in the red dashed line. And then there is the area to the north of that, which is intended to be developed as part of future applications. And I want to stress here that this is a concept plan, which means that it is subject to change. This is not binding, but it does illustrate how these lands could potentially be developed in the future. So there's a couple of things I want to point out here. As per the secondary plan, residential development west of the CPR line will require extension of the collector road, now known as Parkview Point Drive, to McPhillip Street. The Middlechurch secondary plan's concept plan shows that required collector road extending across the Grassmere Creek drain to the existing signalized intersection of Grassmere Road and McPhillip Street. And the applicant's traffic impact study that they submitted in support of this application, dated from September 2018, also assumes a primary access to the west side of the subdivision will be from Grassmere Road. As you can see by the concept plan before you, it shows a planned road abutting the Grassmere Creek drain, which appears to allow for the possibility of a future bridge crossing. However, I do again want to stress that this is a concept plan. It's intended to illustrate how future phases could be developed. So it is subject to change, and nothing's binding that's being shown on this plan. So the road connection from the proposed development to Grassmere Road is not being proposed as part of this application and would need to be approved as part of a future phase. Unless and until the extension to Grassmere Road is approved and constructed, the western access to the proposed subdivision would be via Capitalist Drive. And as I mentioned earlier, there is a new road connection being proposed to Capitalist Drive, as you can see on the concept plan before you now. Manitoba Infrastructure reviewed the proposed subdivision, and they do not object. However, they did note that the intersection of Capitalist Drive and McPhillip Street will be removed in the future. Now, they further clarified this closure is not imminent. It would require further design and consultation with affected parties, including the RM. But I did want to bring that up because, again, they explicitly noted that in their comments related to the subdivision. But again, they did not object to the proposed subdivision, nor did they request any conditions of approval. Looking a little bit closer at the area of the proposed subdivision on the applicant's concept plan, earlier I'd mentioned that some of the lots that are zoned RMF1, which is the zone that allows for multifamily and two-family dwellings in addition to single-family dwellings, not all the lots being proposed in that zone are intended for side-by-side homes. So if you can see my cursor on the screen here, these lots here, I believe there are 8 lots. They are zoned RMF1, which again allows for two-family and multifamily dwellings, but they are, as per the concept plan here, intended for single-family development. And there's no issue from a zoning perspective there, since the RMF1 does allow for single-family dwellings. So I just wanted to point that out for council's attention. So the proposed subdivision is in general conformance with the development plan and the Middlechurch secondary plan. Our office therefore recommends the application could be approved with conditions. As a reminder, council can add any conditions of approval to be addressed in the development agreement or otherwise they deem necessary to ensure compliance with the development plan and secondary plan. Commenting agencies that referred this application generally noted no concerns with the proposed subdivision. That being said, easements are required for Bell MTS, Manitoba Hydro, and Central Gas, and the applicant must contact Canada Post to determine mail delivery requirements and the Drainage and Water Rights Licensing branch regarding licensing requirements. After the date of the report, so after the report was finalized, we did receive one additional comment that was from the City of Winnipeg. So the City of Winnipeg, I'll just read out the comments received from the city. So the City of Winnipeg has no objection to the proposed subdivision. The Water and Waste Department offers the following comments. Development relying on wastewater services that ultimately discharge to the City of Winnipeg shall comply with the Wastewater Service Sharing Agreement. Wastewater calculations shall be updated to reflect anticipated contributions to the Main Street wastewater connection. The updated wastewater calculation shall not exceed the allowable flow rate to the Main Street wastewater connection. There may not be wastewater treatment capacities to support the development prior to facility upgrades. And I believe the RM's Director of Infrastructure is present and can answer any questions related to the City of Winnipeg's comments. So should council wish to approve the application, our office recommends the following conditions be placed. One, that the applicant submits confirmation in writing from the CAO that taxes have been paid, applicable development levies have been paid, a drainage/lot grading plan has been prepared to the satisfaction of the municipality, and a development agreement has been entered into to address the following but not limited to development fees, connection to municipal services, infrastructure standards and phasing, landscape plans, dedication of public reserved land, traffic signage at the cost of the developer. No lots are to be transferred until the Parkview Point Drive has been constructed over the CP railway line, and construction of Parkview Point Drive complete between the railway line and Main Street. Land drainage sewer connection is to be made available to 745 Capitalist Drive, and the residual of title number 3065962. If you'll recall, that's the residual that I showed earlier on the map in orange. So the residual is to be transferred to the RM at no cost for future expansion of the RM's public works site, and if deemed necessary by the municipality, for future use as a public reserve, for example, path and or green space connections. Condition number 2, that the applicant submits written confirmation from Manitoba Hydro and Central Gas that an easement agreement has been entered into. Condition number 3, that the applicant submits written confirmation from Bell MTS that an easement agreement has been entered into. Number 4, the applicant will initiate contact with Canada Post to determine mail delivery requirements. Number 5, submit confirmation from Conservation and Climate Water Control Works that the applicant has satisfied all conditions for water control works under the Water Rights Act, including if required provision of an engineered drainage plan. And condition number 6, that the residual of parcel A, plan 65549, is brought into compliance with the zoning bylaws site area requirement through a variance and or consolidation. So all of the lots that are intended for development as part of this subdivision, so there's 297 lots, they meet or exceed the requirements for site area and width. One of the residual lots, again, that's the leftover pieces of land, may require a variance or consolidation. So that's all I have for this application. Of course, welcome any questions from council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. I will go around our virtual council table here and see if there are any questions for you. Councillor Link, any questions, follow up with Mr. Payton?
Sure. Mr. Payton, on the map, could you show where the possible extension on to Grassmere Road could be built?
So if you're able to see my cursor here, it's this area here.
Okay.
That appears to allow for a future extension across Grassmere Road. Again, that's not being proposed as part of this subdivision, but as part of the concept plan, it shows what could be proposed in the future.
Good. That's where I thought it was, but I wasn't sure. Are we able to ask Mr. Romano questions?
Absolutely.
Okie dokie. Could you expand on the idea that the City of Winnipeg, they may not have capacity until their treatment plan is upgraded?
Yeah, presently, the RM has a signed shared services agreement with the city of Winnipeg, and we are in compliance with that, and we're well below the capacities of our agreement. We approximately are less than 5% of the signed agreement for capacities for the design limits and flows for the Main Street trunk sewer. We have an excess of 6,470 homes, equivalent residential units that are available to be hooked up, and we're well below that. This development will have very little impact on the capacity of the Main Street trunk sewer.
Okay, so I'm hearing you really have no concerns about
No, I
this.
don't.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Link. Councillor Bichetti, any follow-up questions for Mr. Payton or Mr. Romano?
No, Mr. Romano's answered them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for our planner or director of infrastructure?
Mr. Payton, I'm inquiring about the multifamily. So I see there are 76 lots at a frontage of 7.62 meters, which is 25 feet. And the area, square meter area is 312, which is about 3,300 square feet. So I'm not well versed on the RMF. So let me ask you a question. When we show a lot that's 25 feet in width and the area is about 3,000 square feet, when you put a side-by-side on there, does that cut it in half? So one side gets 12 or 13 a 13-foot frontage with 1,500 square feet, and the other side gets the other 13 feet frontage with the exact 50%. Is that correct?
So the intent is for one unit to be on one lot. So a 20-foot wide lot would contain one dwelling unit, and the boundary between the lots would be the shared wall between the two units.
Okay, so that's correct then. I'm correct on that. Okay.
Sorry, just to clarify, if I can, Councillor, I think you were suggesting that there were 2 units per 25-foot lot. In fact,
Yeah, but it's one building with 2 sides to it, side by side, right?
No, so one building would occupy 2 lots. So each one of the units.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Okay, good. That's good to know. So then each unit would have approximately 3,300 square feet per side.
That's right.
Right. Okay, good. That's what I want to know. Also, how many acres in total is this entire property?
It's about 64 acres that encompasses the 297 lots, the public reserves, and the public roads.
Okay. And 9.7 acres you said was a retention pond and public reserve, right? So 50.
Yeah, it's about 9.57 acres is what the public reserves combined. Yeah.
So then the leftover, the residual is 54 acres of roads and houses combined. So on the, I noticed that 200 of the lots were 44 feet in width. I noticed that only one lot that I could find was at 55, and I found 9 at 50, and all the rest were under 50 foot frontage. So the differences, though, is that there are a variety of square footage to all of these lots. So I see some lots that are pie-shaped with a 44-foot frontage that are fairly large lots. What is the density? I know that our target for 2050 was 9.7 lots per acre. Does this development meet or exceed that? Or you don't know?
If you're looking at dwelling units per gross acre,
Yeah.
So that would include the land for the reserves, public reserves, and the roads. I believe you're just over 4 4 point something.
Okay, take the public reserve out. What would it be then?
I'd have to run some quick math on that, which I can
Okay.
do.
Yeah, you can get back to me on that.
But that being said, there are no density limits in the secondary plan or development plan that apply to these properties.
No,
There
not
is
as
an-
of yet, right?
I'm sorry?
Not as of yet,
Not as of yet.
right? I mean, there will be density limits once Bill 37 comes in, right?
That's what we're anticipating, but nothing finalized yet as
Yeah,
provided.
so what I'm trying to ask is, the way that this development is set up, is it meeting what those density requirements would be if Bill C-37 went through? Or would it be bigger than normal? Bigger than?
I can't comment on that. I don't know what the Bill 37 will end up with in terms of density requirements.
Well, I think the projected target is 9.7 per acre. So it seems to me as if this is probably a little bit more than 9.7 per acre. Am I wrong? Am I right? I don't know.
I'll run the numbers quickly here.
Okay.
I believe it's under that. And the other thing I want to mention is that I believe it's unclear with Bill 37 what exactly that density would apply to, if it's a gross density that would consider roads and public reserves, or whether it's a net density that would just look at the lots. So there's a lot of questions still.
Yes,
so that's
there
why
are.
I'm able to.
I agree. I agree. There are a lot of questions and it's a proposed density at this point. So I'm just wondering how it fits in with that. And thank you. Thank you for what you could answer.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. Councillor Prague, any questions for the planner or Mr. Romano?
Mr. Romano answered my question, my doubts. He answered it. Thank you, Mr. Romano.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Only questions from me as well. Just to clarify that the City of Winnipeg's comments were that we comply with the service agreement, Mr. Payton. I just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly.
Certainly, I'm just going to refer to them again. So they weren't requesting any conditions of approval. Yeah, so their comments essentially were that the development comply with the wastewater service sharing agreement.
So they're probably not aware of maybe the statistics that Mr. Romano is sharing, that we're only at 5%. Mr. Romano, was that correct? So we have 95% capacity left.
I'm probably sure that they don't realize where we're at with our capacity in the Main Street trunk sewer.
I can just add to that. We just recently started circulating these types of subdivisions to the City of Winnipeg after they requested we do so. And they've submitted the same sort of general comments for all the subdivisions. So I think it's fair to say that these are general comments and are not necessarily a result of an in-depth look at this specific proposal.
Very good. Thank you both for clarification on that. Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
Mr. Romano, when you talk about capacity, are you talking about current capacity? Because what I'm kind of wondering is we do have a big development going in called Meadowlands. And I don't think that has been, I'm not sure, can't remember if that has been completely subdivided yet. I think there was a potential for so many units. Is that also calculated into your calculation, or do you wait until those are subdivided in order to add that to your calculation?
Sorry. Just to clarify, the municipal engineer, when we were doing the planning for wastewater for the entire municipality with respect to the Main Street trunk sewer, those numbers were calculated in for those various developments in the beginning so that the Main Street trunk sewer would be sized appropriately to handle both the Meadowlands development and the parklands, as well as other areas that were indicated, which were, I'll call it virgin land at the time because they weren't developed and serviced.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Patton, go ahead.
I just want, if I can just return to Councillor Kleiber's question earlier about densities. So the gross density, so that would be including the land for public reserves and roads, is 4.64 units per gross acre. If you remove the 9 plus acres for public reserves, then that density increases to 5.46 units per acre. So that land would include the roads and the lots.
Thank you, Mr. Payton.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. Councillor Bichetti?
But just to clarify, on the Plan 2050, they're talking gross acres, including the public reserve. Up to 9 point whatever their magic number is.
So their most recent plan is 4.8 units an acre to 9.7, and we're under that. So it'll be interesting on the enforcement, but again, it's not applicable yet, and we don't know when that's going to roll out, but at least, it's well under that. Yeah. Okay. If there are no further questions, then Ms. Elias, have we got the applicants on the line wanting to speak to their application?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Jackie Wilkie with us. She's registered in favor.
Welcome, Ms. Wilkie. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can. Sorry, you guys cut out for a moment there. It scared the heck out of me. I was not prepared for that.
There we go.
There we are. Good evening. I have a small presentation to give. Most of this has already been covered by Mr. Payton, but just as a reinforcement of what we're proposing for this excuse me, this subdivision. So our zoning bylaw is for our subdivision with 297 residential lots in the RS service residential and RMF1 service multifamily residential zones, including public roads and public reserve. The application includes land from the rear of the commercial lands on Capitalist Road to the north limit of the north limit of Parkview Point Drive on the north, and from Capitalist Drive on the west for the road connection to the extent of phase 1 of Parkview Point on the east. The lands were rezoned RS and RMF1 during the subdivision and rezoning for phase 1 of Parkview Point. As you've already seen, this is our overall conceptual design that shows basically what we call a shadow plan for showing how the lands adjacent would fit into the subdivision that we are proposing to the south as a concept. Again, there are many ways to do a subdivision and many different ways that roads can be adjusted. This is just one of them. So the important part on this is that we are keeping the link going through with Parkview Point Drive, going out to Main Street, and it will connect with a roundabout coming down to Capitalist Drive and then out to McPhillips. In the future, depending on the will of council and the requirements for the design, we have the potential to meet the requirements on the Middle Church secondary plan to have an access out to Grassmere in the future. That is a requirement. The subdivision plan, as you've seen, has the 297 lots. This is the plan that was provided to you with all of the widths and areas listed out in the tables. The RMF1 will be 78 side-by-side homes. Look on the south edge. Sorry, I'm getting by my electronics. On the south edge of the development adjacent to the commercials, the lots will be 25 foot to 27 foot wide for standard side-by-side homes in this area. Single family, there'll be 219 lots and will include 9 50-foot plus wide lots shown here, highlighted in red throughout the area, throughout the neighborhood. On top of that, there are 49, 45-foot to 50-foot wide lots, or to 49.9 foot wide lots, shown here in orange. So again, clustering them as we go through on the neighborhood. And the remainder are 161 of the 44-foot wide lots. Public Reserve will focus around the central pond area and will include walkways connecting to the King School site, phase 1, and future phases of Parkview Point. The paths will include sitting areas at key locations for views and rest stops. You can see the paths here highlighted in brown going through the park area. The tot lot playground will be included in the public reserve either at the pond or in the adjacent park area to the west. This will be confirmed with the RM prior to the detailed design and will be part of the development agreement requirements. So our next steps are the development agreement process, including completion of all detailed design and construction drawings to the satisfaction of the RM, construction of ponds and utilities, construction of roads, construction of parks and amenities, and then sale of lots and construction of homes to complete this portion of this neighborhood. And that is our presentation for you.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Wilkie. We'll go around the virtual table here and see if there are any questions for you. Councillor Bichetti, any questions for Ms. Wilkie?
No, I just want to say thanks, Jackie, because you've seen it in the first parts of this, the questions we've been asking. So you're actually answering the questions that we've asked in every one. So you've had the breakdown of lot sizes and everything. So yeah, thanks a lot. You've answered all the questions through your presentation.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for Ms. Wilkie?
Ms. Wilkie or Mrs. Wilkie?
Ms.
Ms. I thought so. Thank you. No, I think it's pretty clear. The only thing I would ask is when we get the tables that you have, like I saw in your presentation, they were really nice and clear. If you go back to
yeah.
We get them in purple and I can't read them.
Understood. We will have a conversation with our design team and just ensure that anything that's submitted is in the black and white for you.
Thank you so much.
And just so you know, this presentation has been provided to you through Panelias, I believe, so you'll have these in black and white now as well.
Okay, thank you. Looks good, thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Prague, any questions?
The presentation was self-explanatory. Thank you.
Thank you.
And no questions from me as well. Thank you. Very detailed, great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Elias, do we have anyone else registered in support wanting to speak to council this evening?
Mayor Christian, I don't think you asked Councillor Link.
Thank you. I apologize, Councillor Link.
Thank you. I just wanted to express my thanks for the breakdown on the number of lots and their widths. I appreciate that. And also, I have to echo Councillor Kleiber's concern about not being able to read the diagrams. Way too small. And even if you print them out and try and enlarge them, or you scroll around the screen, it still is very, very difficult to make out. So I'm hoping there can be some improvements in the future. Thank you.
We will make sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I know we have to receive the actual engineer drawings that we look at as a council, so it's hard for us to see, and this makes it really clear on more of a conceptual level without all of the exact details. So it's great to have both so that we do see that, but yep, this is great. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Link. Apologize for missing you there. Thanks, Councillor.
Okay. It's okay. You have a hard job.
I want to blame my COVID shot today and taking some Advil after that. I'm going to go with that. I apologize. Miss Elias, have we got anyone else registered wanting to speak in support?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Donna Thordarson with us this evening.
Good evening, everyone.
Welcome, Donna. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. So just so you know, I'm getting my shot on Sunday, and I can't believe you got yours before me.
I jumped at the opportunity when they said 40 and over. That's it. I'm going. So yes.
Oh my goodness.
The
So
floor is yours, Donna. Go ahead.
thank you very much for inviting us to be able to speak to the presentation this evening. I just want to talk about a little bit more to the aesthetics, to the design component of the phase 2 of Parkview Point. We buffered the commercial lots with the 2-story side-by-sides, allowing it to act as both a visual and noise attenuation to the single-family lots. The single-family lots across the street from the side-by-sides back onto a pathway and a pond. So it was very important to allow for that transition from commercial to the attached dwellings to the single-family homes. So I love how we've created this and the pathways that run through the subdivision. It is a continuation from phase 1 of Parkview Point into phase 2. Jackie has mentioned the play structure that we're wanting to design in that second phase so that there will be lots of play areas for children to be able to attend to. A couple things I wanted to mention is that we're experiencing high sales in the subdivision. It's being very, very well received. We have builders with wait lists. And I know everyone's heard on the news, the demand for housing is incredibly high. And demand in Parkview Point is especially high. So we've got builders asking us, when are we bringing out phase 2 so that they can satisfy the demand that they are experiencing. The responses that we're getting from the builders, because that is our form of communication, is getting up-to-date information from our builders. They're saying that the amenities that we are offering in the subdivision are exceptional. The pathways for the children to ride their bikes or walk your dog, the connections over to the church and school, the Sonova Center and all that that offers the subdivision, all of those things are being greatly received, and we're very proud to be a part of being able to satisfy that out to the community. One thing as well that we're being told about is the sizing of our lots. I know that we've had lots of discussion about that, but we are getting responses that the lots are very manageable. People have busy lives that they live. They have families, children with extracurricular activities. Even though we're going through COVID, their gymnastics is back in session. The kids have to wear their mask. No parents allowed in, but they are continuing. So the children are being able to satisfy that need that they have. Our builders are sold out. They are waiting for this next release of lots. I do have 2 letters that I would like to read if that's possible. One letter from Ventura Homes and the other from ADR. And as you all know, both of those builders started out in the trails. So that demand from the trails trickled over into Parkview Point, which is now trickling over into the second phase of Parkview Point. So they know West St. Paul very well. They love the community, and they love the fact that the buyers are loving the community and the subdivisions that we are bringing forward, the communities. So if that's all right, do you mind if I read those?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, Donna.
Okay, let me see here. I just have to pull up my email. Okay, this letter is from Ventura Homes, dated today. it says read Parkview Point Phase 2. COVID-19 has had an enormous impact on the housing industry in Manitoba. Demand for new housing in Winnipeg and the surrounding capital region, including the arm of West St. Paul, is extremely high and has presently outstripped the available lot supply in most subdivisions. Parkview Point is an exceptionally well-designed community and is among the most popular subdivisions for new home buyers in the capital region. Demand for new homes in Phase 1 was so high that we had at least 2 customers for every lot we were able to purchase. Anticipation for Phase 2 is extremely high and will only continue to grow as families take possession of their new homes in Phase 1. The importance of the economic activity that has resulted from the development of Phase 1 of Parkview Point during the COVID-19 pandemic cannot be understated, and continuing to foster economic growth in the arm of West St. Paul as Manitoba grapples with the third wave of this pandemic should be a very high priority. As such, Ventura Custom Homes strongly believes Phase 2 should be approved as soon as possible. Thank you in advance for your consideration. Warm regards, Erin Colmack, Vice President, Sales and Marketing, Ventura Custom Homes. And I can attest to his letter because Aaron is he's not shy in reaching out to me, pestering me, what's going on with lots, Donna? Our clients, they love it out there. They want more. When are you bringing out more? So I always have to put these guys on hold until we have things organized. This letter is from ADR Properties. As a home builder, we've experienced firsthand increasing demand for new quality housing. Currently, West St. Paul, along with Winnipeg, Manitoba, and all across Canada, we are experiencing a shortage of quality housing options. This is predicted to only increase along with the increasing population. We are currently sold out of lots and have a wait list of clients that would love to move into the arm of West St. Paul as soon as they can. The area has so much to offer with walking trails, community centers, and numerous locally owned small businesses. Homeowners currently building with us in West St. Paul are moving from the greater Winnipeg area, Manitoba, and even other areas of Canada. They appreciate the area as much as we do. In order to continue providing the essential service of building great homes for great people, we and other builders need access to more lots. When making your decision, please consider all the positives the development will bring to the area and the positives that wonderful West St. Paul can offer to future residents. Kind regards. So those are our 2 letters that we have received in support of our second phase. In closing, we've taken great consideration in the design of what we're bringing forward. Again, talking about the 2-story side-by-side homes, being able to act as a buffer from the commercial lots, because we've done a berm, we've done some fencing to help act as that buffer, but we need that one more level in order to allow for the lots backing onto the pond for all of that to succeed and be received well. We do have 17 lots that are 50 wide or over that. So between 50 and 59 feet wide. So we were cognizant in the fact that we knew that there was comments made from council that you're looking for those larger lots. So we've done to the best of our ability to be able to give a really great mix of lot sizes and minimized the side-by-side lots. Because of the number that we brought out in first phase, we felt that really we didn't need to do that in the second phase, just to more or less act as a buffer. I think that's all that I wanted to add. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Thank you so much, Donna. I'll go around our council table, our virtual table here. Councillor Prague, any questions for Donna?
No questions for Donna. Thank you, Donna.
Thank you. Councillor Link, any questions for Donna?
I apologize. I missed the number of lots that were 55 foot wide.
I have 17 lots that are 50 or plus. So between 50 and 59. in that range.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions?
I have a couple comments. Again, may I call you Donna?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. One of the questions I have and concerns that I have is the multifamily. Now, I drove by the other day and I saw you had some nice side-by-sides up there. What I'm concerned about, and it has happened before where something's zoned side as multifamily, and then it's sold to somebody else and they put up like townhouses, or they put up something that wasn't expected. So is this going to be sold to individual house builders, or is it going to be sold off as a group? And I think you know what I'm referring to. I'm referring to property on Main Street, which was zoned RMF, and then it was sold by Waterside to Thiessen Brothers, and then Thiessen Brothers put up some high density in there. So that's my concern in this area. I don't want to see that happen again. I'd like to see what you've been putting up now, which I see some nice side-by-sides going up there right by the Sonova Center.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way to address that?
Yes, if I'm still unmuted. The side-by-side lots will be sold the same as what we've done in the first phase. They are sold to individual builders that understand that specific build. Not every builder can do a side-by-side. There's certain guidelines and restrictions that they have to adhere to in order to make it, built appropriately to specs. So we are not selling off blocks of land to someone to build the side-by-sides. So what you see in the design is what we are proposing, and those lots will then be sold to the same builders that are in our first phase. So that would be Ventura, ADR, Randall, ANS, Qualico or Broadview, not Jano's, and GS Homes. Those are the builders that are doing the side-by-side product, and they will continue, of course, into the second phase.
Good. So it sounds to me like those are going to be more independently owned rather than owned by and rented out. I mean, there might be the potential that somebody might buy one and rent it out, but on the whole, it sounds like it's ownership. Is that correct?
Oh, that would be my understanding, correct.
Good.
I mean, obviously, I can't control that though. If somebody had something on spec to rent it, but that's not the intent. That's not the intent there.
And I think that's just what that's what I wanted to address. The development, the way that you've structured it with the green space is, I would say, very nice. And the trails, the way you've done them, it's also nice in the way it connects to the school. I'm also very impressed with that. You and I disagree on frontage. We probably won't ever agree on that, but I do want to compliment you on some of the nice aspects of this development.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Bichetti, any questions for Donna?
No questions. Thanks, Donna, for the presentation.
Thank you.
I want to thank you as well for the presentation. The space to have an additional playground in this area looks good. The paths look good. I do have one question. I think it's great to have access to King's School and King's Church and see where those paths go. Will that access be, the path be able to continue on that land? Is there permission to go across that land and come out on the road directly to the east, and then I see the path connection to the north as well at the top. So is there agreement there to make sure that our residents do have access to connecting to those paths?
They understand what we are doing in terms of the pathways. There isn't a design that the path continues through their property, but it accesses their property. So they're very cognizant of what the design is, very happy for it, because of course, there will be a number of people purchasing within the community that will want access to both the church and the school. So yes, they are aware of all that.
That looks very good. I appreciate you bringing forward the demand letters. You guys have really answered questions that council has brought forward at past public hearings in terms of, is there demand? And we have had obviously questions from residents to say, wow, you know, developments are still moving forward. Is there actually demand for that? So I really appreciate you bringing letters forward that if you guys are getting pressure from builders to keep going on the next phases, if there's no demand, then you're obviously not coming to council asking to subdivide. So I really appreciate that. That helps answer questions for our community.
Thank you.
And I did want to commend you guys. I like the idea of 2 stories for a buffer, and obviously development agreements can include trees and additional, but to have that berm and then 2-story along there when it is commercial on that side gives all of your new development a buffer. So I want to commend you on that. And then just as a side note, I wanted to comment on all the local businesses that you guys are dealing with in your first phases that you've worked with. The builders, there's local builders that you use, local real estate agents to sell the property, local businesses that are digging out the basements, pouring basements. So I do want to commend you on that because you guys are able to use anybody, and there are so many local businesses that are thriving because of what you're doing. So thank you for that.
Excellent. I would like to give you some fantastic news, but I'm actually going to pass that off to Nathan when it's his turn to speak, and he can give you the great update in the first phase.
Great. Thank you very much. Those are all of our questions. Ms. Elias, then, is there anyone else registered in support?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Bill McGarry registered in support and Nathan Mailing registered for support as well.
I think Nathan would like to speak, if that's possible.
Yes. Yep, sure.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nathan Mailing. I'm the project manager for Waterside Development. I'd just like to thank everybody for their time tonight. We felt it was important to share a little bit about phase 1, even though we know we're talking about phase 2. Dealing with all the construction companies, we're very proud of the companies that are in our development. They're doing an excellent job of following our guidelines. They work very hard to build a quality product and also be respectful to the neighborhood and everybody surrounding them. We work with them on a regular basis, but some of the updates that I want to provide today was just to show you that we are continuing to follow through on what we said we were going to do when it comes to some of the recreational areas. That being the pergola area. We've been working with permits on that. We've been working on lining up trades to get that. Our intent is to have that done in summertime. And then right across the road from that is our playground. And we've already secured our playground. The product's been ordered. We're waiting for dates from them because playgrounds have been a very busy thing with COVID, especially with getting materials and stuff like that. We're hoping that we can see that pergola come August time, but that is still just a preliminary date. But we have secured the product and it is ordered, and we're just waiting for actual dates. So, so we just wanted to kind of fill you in on how the activity is happening on phase 1 and how we will continue to move that same direction when it comes to phase 2 to provide all the services that we are saying that we're going to provide. So. One other builder just recently reached out to me, like just before the meeting, and kind of just to comment on what Donna said, they too have just recently sold out. So we currently have 3 builders out of our 8 that are sold out. And the last update that I had from them, from the other builders, is they are also very close to being sold out. So we're very proud of what they've been able to accomplish in these COVID times. And we are very proud of what's to come in the future with phase 2. So thank you very much for your time tonight. And if there's any questions, please let me know.
Are we frozen?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I was temporarily frozen. Thank you. Oh, gosh. Thank you for your presentation there, and I'll see if there are any questions for you. And we're happy to hear that that's progressing along great in phase 1, and I'm very excited about the pergola. Councillor Bichetti, any questions?
Thanks, Nathan, for the update. Thank you.
Councillor Link, any questions?
No, thank you.
Councillor Prague, any questions?
No, thank you, Nathan, for your presentation.
Councillor Kleiber, any questions?
Nathan, what are the lots selling for to the builders? Are they selling for about 150 on average?
We have, yeah, so we do have, are you talking, like, are you asking about phase 2, what they're going to sell for, or in phase 1?
Phase 1, phase 2, both.
So we haven't set the prices for phase 2, but phase 1, we have a range of prices. They range from 139.
No, 130.
130, pardon me, starting at 130. And I believe the other lot price between 130 and 145. Yeah. Sorry, I don't have the exact information in front of me, but that would be the average range, yeah.
Okay, I hear other people there. Hi, Mr. McGarry, I can hear you. The other thing I was going to say was, when you're selling out lots to builders, are there only a certain list of builders that you go with? And like, if somebody wanted to build their own home, would that be allowed or no?
No, we don't, we do not allow that, no.
Okay, so it has to be a list of your approved builders then, correct?
That's correct, yeah. We have a relationship with a variety of builders, and the 8 that we chose to come in this development, we have a very strong relationship with them. And we trust what they do, we trust their design. So it is secured for them, yeah.
Thank you.
One thing I'll just add, like, just to confirm the quality of the builders, they also obviously have their own warranty programs. They're course certified, like they do follow all the rules and stuff as well. So,
is there still a home builder's warranty program?
Pardon me?
Do they follow a home builder's warranty program?
Yeah, they're all registered with, there's a variety of different companies that offer warranty for their homes, and all of them carry, whether it be Manitoba New Home Warranty or Blanket, or there's a few other ones out there as well. But
when I took a tour of the trails, I think it's a few years back now, there was a home builder in there that I didn't hear you repeat, and that was Schultz Homes. Are they currently part of your group as well?
Yes, they are. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Nathan. And I also do appreciate the update that you've given council in terms of keeping a neat construction site there. When we have development going on in our community, we really want to make sure that it's clean and that people are able to drive through, not have nails all over. So you guys are doing a great job on phase 1. I do want to commend you.
Thank you.
Those are all of the questions that we have. Ms. Elias, is there anyone else registered to speak in support?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Norma, sorry, no one else registered in support. We do have Norma Alberg. She's with us this evening. She's registered as against.
Thank you, Ms. Elias. Welcome, Mrs. Alberg. Are you able to hear us okay?
I do hear you. Are you hearing me?
We are, absolutely. Yes, go ahead. The floor is yours.
All right. Thanks very much. Nice to speak with everyone this evening. I'm going to go back first to the meeting on April the 8th. In my notice of opposition to the rezoning that night, Ms. Elias clearly stated that my comment was in reference to density. And that comment was specifically that the rezoning was continuing to force unacceptable density of housing into the West St. Paul area in flagrant violation of the intentions stated in the Middle Church Secondary Plan. Thanks very much. And Madam Mayor, you directed that to Mr. Payton, who responded that the statement is wrong. So I'm here tonight, hopefully to gain some clarity for most of us outside of council, clearly that don't quite understand where the numbers come from. And I have listened with interest to the discussion thus far tonight. But when I take this current development and 297 units on the 64 acres, it comes out to 4.64 per acre. When I look at the Middle Church secondary plan, there is reference to 2 lots per acre. When I look at the 2012 wastewater management plan, it said that when the services were in place, they would be permitting 3 lots per acre. Then we got the draft Winnipeg plan, and it showed, quote, some of West St. Paul at 4 lots per acre with a target by 2050 of 9.7, I think. Down at the bottom of that reference in the Winnipeg plan, it talked about settlements, which are 2.8 units per acre. And whenever we go through the Middle Church secondary plan, we see that it's the Middle Church Settlement Center. So there's confusion on that terminology for settlements. It's interesting after this evening's discussion that before that, when we're having difficulty trying to figure out which reference we should be looking at, 2 units per acre, 3 units per acre, 4 units per acre. None of the math works for any of them. Yet council and the planning board seems to have comfort in passing all of these. And now tonight, there's a number that way surpasses it, 9.7 in the Winnipeg plan, which is not even enforced yet and is only in draft. And that 9.7 or 9.8 is the number for the target for 2050. So we're 30 years down the road. So it does concern me, confuse me. Densification, I think that in order to help the residents to understand where the planning is coming from, we really need to understand what you view as a definition of densification. And it's very clear that there's going to be development, but those of us who have lived here forever feel that you can develop and beautify and put in many lots and still have a rural flair. When I look at a 25-foot lot, there ain't no rural flair there. It just doesn't happen. And you know, I'm concerned that we're striving for a bar that hasn't even lifted off the ground yet. And I believe that we can do much, much better than that. Looking at the development plan for tonight, there are a lot of really neat elements in there, and I applaud them as well. However, when I look at that fence line, which is referred to as the buffer, so the people who are going to be in these duplexes, they have to be a multi-story. So I suspect it's going to be a second two-story. That's going to have people looking over any fence. And I believe looking back over the last 2 years, 13 business people, a hard time in them having to do all of the work to buffer from this settlement that's going to be behind them. Why is that their job? If you look out the municipal office across the street to the business that's on Main Street, is that what you want them to strive for? Because if you look in that backyard, wow, and it doesn't change. So here we have businesses. The Middle Church or the Winnipeg Metro Plan says that people come to where the jobs are. So you want businesses to come into West St. Paul. Yet you're telling them then that not only do they have to really beautify their front yard, there might also be somebody peeking over your fence, so you And you've got those 13 businesses on them. They didn't sign up for that. And I suspect that all of the land was perhaps bought by one person, one group, Terracon. It was sectioned off. There's commercial land. So I think we get into trouble when there's not a good, solid overall plan. You just chip and chunk at a tiny little bit here and there, and before long you run into problems. If I think back to when there was an appeal hearing at Selkirk for the River Springs settlement, and the chair of the board shut me down when I was saying numbers about the schools and the capacity at West St. Paul School. And fun fact this week, now anybody coming into West St. Paul, they're not going to be going to West St. Paul School. They're going to be bused from there to other schools until we catch up. So if you're going to choose the density target of 9.7 for 2050, and we're looking at the infrastructure maybe catching up in 10 years, 10 to 15 to 20 years, what do we do in the meantime? We're going to have chaos on the infrastructure, on the roadway, to bring in all of the development, which maybe it is the thing to do at the corner of Main Street and the perimeter, but not before the infrastructure is there. It's just a recipe for disaster. And so probably a year and a half ago, you promised the people on Grassmere, which was a bold move at that time, there would not be an exit from the Sonova developments onto Grassmere. And oops, because there really, you don't have another option. There is no other option. And the options that are there that are not grand, some of those will be pulled away as well, because the highway department, they've warned us. And so, you know, I think that we really have to think this through. The people, the residents that do live here and have been here, we deserve some discussion of what is council's vision and definition of densification and beautification for the entire property, for the entire municipality, not just each field as it is developed. There has to be an overall plan, and that's all that the residents are asking for. What is that whole plan, and how can we still be a part of it? Are we shoved off to the side because we've lived here for 30 years? We deserve some discussion of what. So thank you very much for listening, and hopefully there can be some dialogue on this tonight.
Thank you, Mrs. Alberg. I'll go around the table and see if there are any questions for you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for Mrs. Alberg?
Mrs. Alberg, I don't know if it's you or if it's us, but I can hear some background noise when you're talking, just so that you're aware of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know if you're playing a TV or something in the background, but we can hear it on the tape, just so that you're aware. I tend to agree with you. I am concerned about the possible road onto Grassmere Road, which we did as a council promise residents that we would not do that. And we gave them our word. And so I have concerns about that. However, I've recently learned that property that is possibly linked to that has been sold. So if it's their property, I'm not sure what we can or cannot do about that, but it's an issue. And I think that it will drive a lot of, if that is allowed, it will drive a lot of traffic onto Grassmere Road, which is already has a lot of traffic with busing and so forth. And I know it's meant as a thoroughfare, and it's always meant as a thoroughfare. But I know that living next to a facility that has a lot of buses, it's very noisy. And when those roads become ice, which they did recently, it's also very dangerous. So let's hope that we continue to keep that I hope that doesn't happen and that the road that has been proposed onto Capitolus is the exit. And I agree with you there. As far as the density is concerned, I'm also concerned about density. I agree with you. There are some nice things about this development, but it is a lot of density here as well. So I thank you for your time. I thank you for taking the time to look through the secondary plan and doing that research. And you know, I think I really appreciate you coming forward and speaking. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. Councillor Bichetti, any questions for Mrs. Alberg?
Just more comments. Thanks, Mrs. Alberg, for your comments and concerns. And just to get back to the schools, it was recently announced that there will be a school being built in West St. Paul. And the only reason that this is being brought up is because of the roofs that are going into West St. Paul to help catch up and alleviate some of the pressure from West St. Paul School. So I know it's, you know, putting the cart before the horse, but I guess that's how they do it. When the population's there, then they go out looking to put the schools in. But, you know, maybe that's a comment that you can bring up with the school trustee or any of that department. And I'd love to sit in on it and hear the answer to you of when it's happening and where it's happening. Because right now, all we have is so-called school sites being, you know, allocated. So I've been here a long time, like most of my life, and I've seen West St. Paul School getting filled up. So I agree with you on that problem, but I think this is probably one of the solutions that's forcing them to put another school in West St. Paul. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bichetti. Councillor Prague, any comments, questions for Mrs. Alberg?
No questions from Ms. Wallenberg, but just want to thank her for her presentation.
Thank you. And Councillor Link, any questions, comments for Mrs. Alberg?
I too extend my thank you to Mrs. Alberg as a longtime resident who was very knowledgeable. The new school site is identified for Meadowlands, south of the perimeter. I was asked a question about it in the last couple of days, actually, and found out that that's where it is going. At least for now, conceptual plans being conceptual plans. I am concerned about density as well. I see the attractiveness of our existing residential communities. Some have stood the test of time, 30 years or more. The Rivercrest area, many more years than that. And these areas continue to be beautiful communities because of the settings and because of how people take care of their homes and their yards. So the test of time has been met with existing communities, and I won't be seeing this community development in 30 years. I'll be lucky to see it in 10 years. But I unfortunately, I can't imagine that this is going to stand the test of time as we have seen in the recent past. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Link. The questions around density are always really challenging in terms of balancing affordability and moving forward for the future in terms of asset management. I really appreciate you bringing your concerns forward, Mrs. Alberg, because there definitely are people in the community that that are wondering, and it gives everybody an opportunity to talk about that. I do appreciate you sharing your concerns. In terms of land size, one of the things that you had talked about is an overall plan, and that we need an overall plan for West St. Paul. We have many plans for West St. Paul, and every piece of land in our community, all 87 square kilometers of it, has land use designation, every single piece of property. And so our planner has brought forward at previous meetings the plans that we're guided by, and you've brought some of those up this evening, and I appreciate that. We're guided by the Planning Act, the development plan for the entire region, secondary plans for specific areas in our community like Middle Church, the business park, and north of Middle Church, another plan as well. We're guided by our zoning bylaws, and now we will soon be guided by regional plans as part of Bill 37. So I can appreciate that that gets confusing for residents because there's overlap and overlay, but there are actually multiple plans for our land in West St. Paul, and there's not a single piece of land in this community that doesn't have a designation and a plan. It doesn't always go to plan depending on what's going on, but there's years of planning. Within each of those plans, there's public consultation and opportunities for consultation. So existing residents who have been here for years have had an opportunity to participate in those plans at public hearings for each of them. Our new development plan for the region was 5 years in the making and just approved last year through Red River Planning, through public consultation. So I can completely appreciate that people aren't always on board with all of those plans. I completely understand that, but there is an excessive amount of planning. And there is change. There's change that goes on with that. And that's what we're seeing as part of Bill 37. And then we've also got our strategic plan that we want to be incorporating with this as well. What do residents want? So I appreciate the concerns on where are the plans. There are multiple plans and we're working within that. And so when you look at a piece of land and there's confusion and residents say, we don't know what's going on, it's well planned out, an overlay of a development plan, secondary plan, and zoning. In terms of density and kind of comments about going forward and the larger lot sizes. And as I mentioned, it's really just such a balance of what's affordable, what are residents buying. I hear your comments that existing residents are wanting larger lots, but new residents aren't. And so we have larger lots that aren't selling. So we can say that larger lots are attractive, but we have so many of them that are not selling. We've got lots in the creeks and the larger lots are either taking a really long time to sell or they're just not selling. You know, to Councillor Link's point of the developments that we have standing the test of time, we've got really beautiful neighborhoods of all different sizes and lot sizes in West St. Paul. But I would say that the bulk of our bylaw enforcement issues are on larger lots. We don't have derelict vehicles on 44-foot lots, 50-foot, 60-foot lots. We don't have weed issues that we're going in and cutting weeds down on properties that are 44, 60-foot lots. We're spending a considerable amount of money pulling derelict vehicles off of large lots that end up being stockpiled. So there's issues there and costs there too. So it's really such a balance of, you know, what we're trying to deal with. I appreciate you bringing forward the school issue. I'm not sure about the information on kids in West St. Paul will have to be bused to a different school division. So I would really encourage you to contact Seven Oaks School Division and follow up. I speak with the principal of West St. Paul School, and we certainly speak with Seven Oaks School Division on a regular basis. And I haven't heard anything that kids will be bused out of our community. So I really encourage you to follow up with Seven Oaks on that. In terms of the exit to Grassmere, yep, that is concerning. Council had made a commitment about having not having an exit, but you know, this is kind of one of those examples where we can have plans at our local level and we can have detailed concept plans that we request from developers. But if the province comes in and shuts down Capitalist, then there's powers beyond us sometimes that have an impact on the decisions that we make. And I think, Mr. CEO, maybe you can comment on that. You are dealing with Manitoba infrastructure and maybe you can add some follow-up comments.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So just some comments on an exit onto Grassmere. That's conceptual. That is potentially out into the future. What's happened is the province has accelerated the PTH 101 closings on the highway. So for safety reasons, the province has decided any access to 101 will be closed. They are asking for public participation right now. It's been in the news lately. We've done email blasts on it. So included in the PTH 101 closings is McPhillips and Main Street, that they're looking at those, and they're referring to McPhillips as a freeway. And on a freeway, they say that the capless exit entrance on Main Street is too close to the overpass, and they would like that traffic to go out to the lights. So they are doing a study right now on both sides of the perimeter. So they're looking to do some frontage roads on, I believe it is Holmes Roads, and a whole study on the west side of the McPhillips, and on the east side of the perimeter, they're looking at a potential, although it's not imminent, they've said, closing of capless, and they want West St. Paul to be prepared, that they want to get traffic to the lights on Grassmere and move it farther away from the interchange. That would be an MI decision that is one level higher than us. That bridge that would be put in would be a MI bridge at their choice. So we said to MI, if that is somewhere in the future, we want it as far west as it could possibly be. But that is not our decision. They're asking for public input now, and a total MI decision.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. I guess I would just ask Mr. Payton, is there anything that you wanted to add? I know some of Mrs. Alberg's comments were directed to statements that you made at a previous public hearing. I'm just wondering if there's anything that you wanted to add from your perspective.
Certainly, and thank you to Ms. Alberg, as well as you, for the opportunity to clarify. So there's been reference to Middlechurch secondary plan policy, a density limit of two units per acre. So I just want to clarify that policy does not apply to these lands. So there is a policy that applies to the Red River corridor neighborhood, emerging neighborhood adjacent to Red River, that talks about a general density of 2 lots per gross acre. However, that does not apply to the subject lands. It does not apply throughout the settlement center area. So that's why that's not referenced in my report. And again, it does not apply to these lands. Just to echo some of the comments that the mayor made, there are 3 levels of planning documents that we look at when reviewing these applications. The first is the development plan. That's a higher level document that designates these lands as settlement center. And it says that densification is encouraged for settlement center lands. In terms of the emerging residential neighborhood designation of the municipal, rather the Middlechurch secondary plan, lands with that designation, it's encouraged. Compact neighborhood design is encouraged. Again, there's no density limits or targets. And then, of course, there's the zoning bylaw, which is the 3rd and final level planning document. So there are those 3 levels of plans that we look at. None of them contain firm density targets or maximums when we're talking about the subject land. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payton, for clarification. Ms. Elias, do we have anyone else registered in opposition wanting to speak?
Madam Mayor, we have Lauren Topolnitsky registered against. He didn't indicate that he wanted to speak earlier this evening, but we do have him with us.
Mr. Topolinsky, can you hear us okay?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect. Welcome to our meeting.
Yes, thank you so much. Well, you have my letter and I don't have it in front of me, but my concern is the densities, and as well as the schools in the area. And I'll start with the schools. When you take children out of your community, which is West St. Paul, and transport them into the city of Winnipeg where the proposed schools are coming, they lose that home environment. And it's detrimental to the well-being of children. Getting to leaving that alone and going back to density, the overall plan leaves a lot to be desired. This is called the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul. This is not the Point Douglas or the core of Elmwood or the core of the city of Winnipeg. And I want to thank Councillor Link for her simplicity of standing, of a community standing the test of time. I can assure you that these little bunkhouses built on Main Street and across from the Middle Church home are definitely too densely populated. If you go into these, what I call the bunkhouses, or they're called the barracks, maybe inappropriate names, but the density is there so bad that the children have no place to play. There is no yard at the front or the back for children to play. I've driven through there once, and the children play on the road. I know there's a chunk of land stuck in the corner on the north side of the, I forget what the name of the street that runs along the Anglican Church, but it's a piece of land with nothing on it. It's already been used for a year, and nothing was provided for those children to have comfort and leisure within their own little area. The density that's going on in this plan tonight, these lots have no kind of rural look to them. They're just too tiny. And we're going to get the density to such a point that transportation is going to be an issue in this area. People will want bus service. We're already connected to the city sewer. We're connected to water out of our community that pumps into this area from the Assiniboine River, known as Cartier water supply, or whatever you call it. That Assiniboine River takes up all the sewage from Brandon, from Portage, and all the farmers' fields that flow into this valley, and then we end up drinking it. I have to boil the water at home on a daily basis. Some of my neighbors buy water. So there is going to be no longevity to these developments. They will become rundown neighborhoods probably in about 30 years. So when we're going to run out of services, I can see this municipality from the Red River west to McPhillips being gobbled up by the city of Winnipeg, and probably from McPhillips Street to the edge of the west side of the municipality will probably become a part of another municipality. And this council that's sitting here tonight, probably looking down the road of 30 years, I may not be around. I intend to be around for another 22 years, so I'll be a little short. So it's all going to change, and it will become what I call the concrete jungle. I'm very glad that you asked me to share. I've been here for, I think, 48 years. It's a nice place to live, but I feel uncomfortable for those people that are going to be on these little chunks of land. And it's like, I come from a farm, so a rural part of this province west of Clear Lake, where land was not a scarcity, and it just boggles my mind as to why there isn't. I know that the mayor has said there's 3 different plans, et cetera, that you have to look at. And I appreciate all that, and I appreciate that people want to make money in business, but this is sort of going over the edge. And I don't know what else to tell you, but I'll tell you one thing. I want to thank Mrs. Alberg for her good observations. I think there's a lot of feeling in this community, those who have been here a long time, that we are being overpopulated in little clusters. So I hope that makes some sense to you. It does to me, but then what I may think a little different than you do. So I would hate to see somewhere down the road this little area of what started out as good might not be so good in the end, because we just didn't take the time to look at this closely. And perhaps my understanding always was that two units per acre would be would be the proper, but I'm also prepared to have an open mind, and maybe 3 units per acre would be high density, but we're just moving way beyond. So thank you for listening, and I will continue to watch carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Topolinski. We all appreciate you coming and sharing your comments and concerns with council. I'm going to go around to the council members and see if there are any questions and comments for you. Thank you so much. Councillor Prague, any comments, questions for Mr. Topolinski?
No question, just want to thank him for his presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions, comments for Mr. Topolinski?
Hi, Mr. Topolinski, can you hear me?
I can hear you nice and clear.
Thank you.
I've been asked many times to buy a hearing aid, but I can hear you clearly. Thank you.
Okay. Well, my husband's family's been here since 1963, so they've certainly seen changes as well, and I echo your concerns. I thank you for coming out and expressing your views. Certainly people have different views in this community. I'm still in the rural area, which I very much appreciate. But thank you so much for letting us know your thoughts and your observations. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. Councillor Link, any questions, comments for Mr. Topolinski?
I'll just add my thank you, and I really appreciate your coming in on a Zoom meeting, because I know that can be difficult, so good for you.
Thank you. I enjoyed going in person, and I hope that maybe another year we can all be in person again.
We look forward to that as well. Absolutely. Councillor Bichetti, any questions, follow up with Mr. Topolinski?
No, just a comment. As you're aware, Mr. Topolinski, I've been here for a long time too, since 1974, and I used to sit upstairs with your son and play G.I. Joe. So we've known each other for a long time. I can appreciate your comments and the way you wanted West St. Paul to stay looking. And I think this council is looking at it, and we're not, it's not like council is cramming these areas all over West St. Paul. It's on specific denser areas where the services are. And it's not like we're going out into, you know, out west and putting 40-foot lots in there. So it is keeping a wide open range of the people that we want coming to West St. Paul. So again, I thank you for your time and your comments.
Thank you, Giorgio. My son talks highly of you, yes.
I want to thank you as well, Mr. Topolinski, for coming and sharing your ideas and concerns. Like other members of council, my family, their property has been in the family since 1946. We've definitely seen a lot of changes. I think when my grandparents built, I think there was 500 people in West St. Paul. So we've seen a lot of changes. It might surprise you to know that at that time there were 50, 55-foot lots. So that's more than 70 years ago. And the lot sizes that we're talking about tonight are 55-foot lots. And the lots in my neighborhood that dates back to the 1940s are 55-foot, 60-foot lots. So we definitely have a diverse community. And it might surprise you to know that where you're at in Rivercrest, when those lots were subdivided, it was hotly contested to council. In the minutes of the time, it's almost the same arguments that those are way too small for the veterans. Those lots are not rural lots. They're not farm lots. So we've seen so much transition in the last 70 plus years in our community of how do we find an appropriate lot size. I have to say, I would love to see all lots 75 feet and have larger lots. The concern is affordability. So if I'm always keeping an eye on what's selling and what's not selling in our community. And some of the home prices, half an acre lot. So you had mentioned an ideal density would be 2 lots an acre. A half an acre lot with a house on it in Lister Rapids is going for over 900,000. I'm not sure that we can create and ask developers to create lot sizes that are half an acre and try and capture a market for a $900,000 plus house. Our budget recently, while we're talking as a council about the average house price of and house assessed value in West St. Paul is $433,000. So for council to create large lot sizes that would be unaffordable puts us in a really challenging position. So how do we weigh where the lot sizes should best be located? It's a struggle, but I really appreciate you sharing your feedback because there is that balance that we need to make sure that we are rural and that we keep our West St. Paul identity. I also really, I'm hearing your comments about busing kids to different communities to go to school. I don't think anybody wants to see that at all, and our Seven Oaks School Division especially. So I'm not sure where that rumor has started and what's going on there, but we have 2 private schools coming up in West St. Paul and a commitment from the provincial government to build a provincial school. So I have not heard any indication that kids will be bused to other schools other than once they get into high school. They are bused into Westgate or Garden City. So I'm not sure where that's coming from, but we definitely want to follow up on that and make sure that that correct information is being shared there. We really do appreciate you coming forward this evening, Mr. Topolinski.
Thanks, Cheryl. I will do some more research on the school as well. Thank you.
That would be great. Send me an email if you'd like. I'd like to know where that's coming from. That would be great.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
And I'm going to drive down the street and measure your lot.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Knock on my door and I'll wave at you. Wear a mask and wave at you until we can meet. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Ms. Elias, do we have anyone else registered in opposition or for information wanting to speak tonight?
No one else registered in opposition or for information.
Great, thank you. The last word then is with the applicant. Ms. Wilkie, if there's anything else that you would like to add after hearing the discussion from council and from those registered in opposition.
We would like to thank the community members who have come out and given their thoughts on the development of West St. Paul and this development in particular. We appreciate everyone's time and their effort to come out. I don't believe that any of the questions that were brought up had not been answered either by council or by the area planner already, so we don't have anything to say further. But on a personal note, our office, McGowan Russell Group, and myself would like to extend again that we would be happy to help with the community if they would like to have a general understanding of planning and planning terms. We can organize a webinar and kind of walk through what all of these terms mean, because if you don't do it every day, they are a crazy thing to try and follow. And we understand that. So we would welcome providing any assistance that we could to the community to help them understand the planning documents that are their blueprint for the future, and where the development is happening and what that means. So if council would like to take us up on that, we would be happy to do so.
Thank you. Very generous offer. Thank you, Ms. Wilkie. And we may actually take you up on that. That's great. It is difficult for people to navigate and for our residents, and planning is not easy. I'm going to go around and see if there are any follow-up questions for you. Councillor Link, any follow-up questions for Ms. Wilkie?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any follow-up questions for Ms. Wilkie? Okay. Councillor Prague, any follow-up questions?
No, thank you.
And Councillor Bichetti?
No, thanks.
Thanks. And no follow-up questions for me as well. We just want to thank you again for your presentation. Just in looking through the information that was shared with us from the planner and that detailed map, Councillor Link, that's on page 27. We have a 135-page document from the planner with all the information, and that map that's not in purple in the conceptual plan that Ms. Wilkie shared is on page 27. Thank you so much, Ms. Wilkie. We really appreciate that. All right, I'm going to go to the resolution to close the public hearing. Be it resolved that council do hereby close the public hearing and resume the regular meeting of council. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Kleiber, seconded Councillor Prague. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. I will read the resolution and we can have additional council discussion. Be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul, under Section 125(1) of the Planning Act, approves subdivision application S21-2880, located adjacent to Capitalist Drive and Parkview Point Drive, to subdivide rolls 29,700, 30200, and 30100 into 297 residential lots, subject to the following conditions. 1, applicant owner must submit confirmation in writing from the Chief Administrative Officer of the municipality that A, taxes on the land to be subdivided for the current year plus any arrears have been paid or arrangements satisfactory to council have been made. B, payment of any applicable development levies have been paid. C, a drainage lot grading plan to be prepared by a qualified engineer to the satisfaction of the municipality and to ensure that the proposed properties do not drain into or impede drainage from neighboring properties. D, a development agreement has been entered into to address the following but not limited to: development fees, connection to municipal services, water, wastewater, land drainage, infrastructure standards and phasing, roadways, street lighting, etc. Landscaping plans included but not limited to pond and naturalized surrounding landscape, trail design, green space design, fencing, buffering between land uses, etc. dedication of public reserve land to the municipality without compensation or fees in lieu of, traffic signage at cost of developer. No lots are to be transferred until the Parkview Point Drive has been constructed over the CP railway line and construction of Parkview Point Drive complete between the railway line and Main Street. Land drainage sewer LDS connection is to be made to 745 Capitalist Drive. The residual of title number 3059621, parcel B, plan 6852, roll number 29700, is to be transferred to the RM at no cost to the municipality for future expansion of the RM's public works site, and if deemed necessary by the municipality, for future use as a public reserve path and or green space connection. 2, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Manitoba Hydro and Centra Gas Inc. that an easement agreement has been entered into with Manitoba Hydro and Centra Gas Manitoba Inc. with respect to existing and or future facilities associated with the subdivision, and a plan of easement as required by the Real Property Act has been provided. Registration of this agreement will be included as a condition of the final certificate of approval. Contact information below. 3, agreement. Applicant owner submits written confirmation from Bell MTS that an easement agreement has been entered into with Bell MTS with respect to existing and or future facilities associated with the subdivision, and a plan of easement as required by the Real Property Act has been provided. Registration of this agreement will be included as a condition of the final certificate of approval. The applicant will initiate contact with Bob Friesen from Canada Post, information listed. 5, submit confirmation from Conservation and Climate Water Control Works that the applicant has satisfied all conditions for water control works under the Water Rights Act, including, if required, provisions of an engineered drainage plan, information attached. And 6, that the residual of parcel A, plan 65549, title number 26091-1, is brought into compliance with the zoning bylaws site area requirement through a variance and or consolidation. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Prague, seconded Councillor Link. Any discussion? I'll go around the table. Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
I wanted to ask for a recorded vote.
Okay.
A couple comments were made, and I'm going to address some of them. I believe there was an email that came out from Engage Manitoba for those people that want to engage as far as the perimeter goes. So if you want public input, to go to Engage Manitoba, and I believe they send out an email on that regard. One of the comments was made about the creeks isn't selling and the 75-foot lots aren't selling. You know, there's a lot of factors for selling, and there's issues at the creeks that have nothing to do with its sellability. I know that Jackman Road is completely sold out, and they're 1.5 acres, and I believe Fab Homes is doing some really nice homes there. So the rest of it, there's other issues. As far as the lots not selling in the trails, I can't speak to that other than I know they're $280,000 for a 75-foot lot. And we just found out today that a 44-foot lot is between 130 and 150,000. So that's a marked difference for 15 or 16 feet. So that might be the reason why there's difficulty there. Now, as far as this development is concerned, with phase 1, we had the developer had promised to pave Capitalist Road, and I still haven't seen that. So I would like to know when the and there was supposed to be also a fence all the way across the industrial area, and I don't believe that has. And you can confirm that, but I don't believe that fence has been completed yet, and that should be completed before any type of development continues there, because it is acting as a buffer for those MF homes. But I would like to see Capitalist paid, because now we're in a second phase of, I believe we're going to be up at 600 homes in this area now, and there's going to start being some traffic. Now, I noticed the road going into this development is quite nice. So I'm sure that we can make a nice capitalist road, which was one of the conditions that we had in the phase 1. And I'd like to see that completed now for phase 2 coming on. And there's going to be additional phases. I'm sure we have another application after this. So can we somehow get this completed, the fence and the paving?
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. I'm going to direct some of that to the CAO. There was a couple things mentioned, sold out on Jackman Road, the fencing and buffering and Capitalist. I'm wondering if that's something that you could update council on.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for your questions, Councillor Kleiber. I'll start number 1 on Jackman Road. They're only allowed to sell a certain amount of lots on Jackman Road, so the whole street is not available for sale. So the lots from that subdivision on Jackman Road are not all sold out. Maybe the home builder is saying that, but that's not a fact because there's some stipulations of things they have to do before they can continue to move forward on that road. In regards to Capless, there is a schedule for paving on Capless. We have some construction still going on. We will pave another section this summer, and the last phase will be done next summer. Currently, there's, I believe, about 90 permits and maybe 60 homes going up in that subdivision. So it's all in phase 1. So yeah, there's 331 homes in phase 1, and I think about 280 in this phase. But that's probably maybe 3 or 4 years away from being completed. I think that's at a good pace, and I believe the majority of the fencing is done between the commercial and the residential for phase 2 on this project. So there's not a lot left to do.
Thank you. Will the fencing at least be completed this summer? I know there's not much left. That's why I'm asking.
The fencing's completed for what they're supposed to do to this point. What would be left for fencing will take place when this development agreement comes to effect here with these houses. So we had agreed with the developer for this small section that's left, that when he does this phase, he'll do that fencing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillor Link, any comments?
I just have a question. I didn't check my email since after 5 o'clock tonight. Mr. Topolinsky mentioned that he sent a letter. Did we or should we have gotten letters in support or against this application for this public hearing?
Ms. Elias, maybe I can refer that to you through the CAO if that's okay. That was a letter that was received later today.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we did receive a letter from Mr. Topolinsky about 3:30 this afternoon. I can read it for you if you wish. It does address items that he discussed when he was here.
There's no need to read it on my account, but are we not receiving these letters that people send to the RM prior to public hearings? I thought that process was that we were to receive them.
Ones that we receive prior to the agenda being posted, they are included in your information package. Ones we receive before 2 p.m., they'll be sent out at that time. And in the notice that we provide, the public hearing notice, it does request that they be provided before 2 p.m. After 2 p.m., we can provide them at the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elias. Bichetti, any comments for discussion?
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Craig. And none for me as well. Good discussion and good presentations made tonight. We have Ms. Shaw request for a recorded vote from Councillor Kleiber. And seeing no further discussion, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. All right, we have one more public hearing for this evening. Item 6.1, resolution for subdivision. I will read the.
Pardon me, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
This is not a public hearing.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. All right, I'm not going to read the resolution. I'm going to ask the planner to present the background information to us before I read the resolution, and then we can discuss. Mr. Planner, I'll turn it over to you again.
Thank you. So the next application before you this evening is subdivision file number S212876. This is at 1179 Capitalist Drive, and it's to subdivide the subject lands into 2 lots. Proposed lot 1 is adjacent to Capitalist Drive and is developed already with an existing use. Proposed lot 2 is intended to be incorporated in a future residential development. As you can see by the context map before you, the subject property is directly north of the lands that were subject to the application council just voted to approve. So the subdivision involves 2 lots. One is, as I mentioned, 1179 Capitalist Drive. There's also a 3-foot strip of land directly to the south. So, this can be seen essentially as a boundary adjustment. We're starting with 2 lots. That's one 1179 Capitalist, the other the 3-foot wide strip to the south of that property. This subdivision would create a boundary between those 2, which you can see generally located where the dashed red line is on the map before you. So that proposed boundary line does align with the zoning designation. So the proposed lot adjacent Capitalist would be entirely located in the M1 rural industrial zone. Again, it is developed with an existing use. And the proposed lot 2 would be located entirely in the RS service residential zone. So the intent of this subdivision is essentially to facilitate the sale of that RS zone land in order to enable future residential development. The proposed boundary also aligns with the secondary plan designations, with the proposed lot 2 designated as emerging residential neighborhood. The developed lot adjacent Capitalist is designated as highway commercial. So the total area of these 2 existing lots is approximately 32.47 acres. Both the proposed lots comply with the zoning requirements for site area and width. If I just go back here, you can see that proposed lot 2, as drawn here, would not have frontage on a public road. That is something that's required by provincial legislation. In order to resolve this, the applicant is proposing consolidation of proposed lot 2 with adjacent lands. And so there is a related condition of approval that would require that proposed lot 2 be given frontage on a public road. A subdivision the council just considered also would create that Parkview Point Drive extension, which, if completed, would give frontage to the proposed lot 2. So there's a couple different ways that that proposed lot 2 can gain frontage on a public road. So this is the applicant's subdivision application map. I've just added some notes here to make clear the location of proposed lot 1 and lot 2. And as I mentioned, lot 1 is developed with an existing use. The proposed boundary between lot 1 and 2, which is to the right of this image, would run through an existing structure, and as a result, there are several existing structures that would be located entirely or partially on proposed lot 2. So the applicant is proposing to remove these structures in order to comply with zoning bylaw requirements, and there's a related condition of approval being recommended. As I mentioned, proposed lot 2 is intended to be part of a future residential development. That would require further subdivision and council approval. So concerns about compatibility with adjacent uses or the location of public roads, etc., those can all be addressed as part of a future subdivision application. Should council wish to approve the application, our office recommends the following conditions be placed. One, that the applicant submit confirmation in writing from the CAO that taxes have been paid, development levies have been paid, and a development agreement has been entered into to address the following items, but not limited to development fees, servicing, drainage/lot grading, and design and landscape standards. Condition number 2, that proposed lot 2 is given frontage on a public road. Number 3, that the existing structures partially or entirely on proposed lot 2 are removed. Number 4, submit confirmation from Conservation and Climate Water Control Works that the applicant has satisfied all conditions for water control works under the Water Rights Act, including if required provision of an engineered drainage plan. And I'll just note in regards to that last condition, in regarding the water control works approval. That's been a general comment that that agency has been providing to all our subdivision applications recently. So as noted by the applicant, there are no water control works being proposed as part of this subdivision, but it is being included as a condition because it was recommended by a provincial agency. So that's all I have for this application, Madam Mayor. As always, I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Planner. I will go around the table. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for Mr. Payton on this application?
Mr. Payton, the owner of the land, it says, is Waterside. But it says on the drawing Rancan Fertilizers. So has the property been sold, the entire lot been sold to Waterside for development?
So that's the purpose of the subdivision, is to facilitate a sale. That's my understanding, to Waterside of proposed lot 2. The lands are currently owned by Rancan, as you mentioned, and that 3-foot strip is actually currently owned by the province. My understanding again is that that land is in the process of being sold to Rancan.
And Rancan is okay. Sorry, and Rancan is M1.
That's right. Yeah.
And so they're asking to maintain M1 then.
Yes. This application would not affect the existing zoning.
Okay.
It would align the property boundaries with the existing zoning designation.
So basically what we're doing is we're just allowing enough for Rancan, and then they're going to sell off the rest of that residual to Waterside.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that information.
Councillor Prague, any questions for Mr. Payton?
No, self-explanatory.
Thank you. Councillor Link, any questions for our planner?
Just one quick silly question. It's kind of a chicken or an egg, what comes first question. It seems okay that there's just a promise of an access to a road. There doesn't have to be an access to a road already.
So there's a condition of approval being recommended that would require this lot be given frontage on a public road, but it doesn't have to be a constructed public road as long as it's an approved public road. For example, if that extension of Parkview Point Drive, that was part of the last application, if that subdivision is approved and registered prior to this one, then that would satisfy the condition for proposed lot 2 to have frontage.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Link. Councillor Bichetti, any questions for Mr. Payton? And no questions for me as well. Thank you for the presentation. I'll read the resolution. If there's any further discussion from council, we can discuss. Be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul under Section 125(1) of the Planning Act approves subdivision application S21-2876 for the property located at 1179 Capitalist Drive to subdivide a 3.9 acre lot from an existing 32.47 acre parcel, leaving a residual parcel of 28.52 acres subject to the following conditions. 1, applicant owner submits confirmation in writing from the CAO of the municipality that A, taxes on the land to be subdivided for the current year, plus any arrears have been paid or arrangements satisfactory to council have been made. B, payment of any applicable development levies have been paid. C, a development agreement has been entered into to address the following, but not limited to development fees, servicing, a drainage lot grading plan to be prepared by a qualified engineer and submitted prior to any development to the satisfaction of the municipality, and to ensure that the proposed property does not drain into or impede drainage from neighboring properties, design and landscaping standards. 2, the proposed lot 2 is given frontage on a public road, for example, via consolidation with title 30628921, i.e. the adjacent lot to the north, which itself must be consolidated with adjacent lots as required by conditionally accepted subdivision S19-2839. 3, that the existing structures partially or entirely on proposed lot 2 are removed as is proposed on the subdivision application map. Note that a demolition permit may be required prior to removal or demolition of the Quonset structure. And 4, submit confirmation from Conservation and Climate Water Control Works that the applicant has satisfied all conditions for water control works under the Water Rights Act, including, if required, provision of any engineered drainage plan. For more information, contact below. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Craig. Any discussion? Councillor Bichetti?
Recorded vote, please.
Okay, Ms. Shaw, request for recorded vote. Councillor Link, any comments for discussion?
No, thank you.
Councillor Parag? No. Councillor Kleiber? No, and none from me as well. Hearing and seeing no comments, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Payton, for walking us through 2 more planning items this evening. We very much appreciate your background information, reports, and help for council. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Kleiber?
I would like to request a 5-minute break.
We're going to take a 20-minute break, and I agree. Yes. What time are we at now? It's 8:15, so if we could have 20 minutes and be back here in 20 minutes, we'll resume again with our regular order of business.
Okay.
Thank
Good night,
you,
everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Romano, for your input tonight and availability. Thank you so much.
Okay, take care.
All right, to everyone watching, we will be back shortly. All right. Thank you, everyone who's been watching, for your patience. We're back after a break. And thank you, council. All right, we are on item 7.1, regular meeting of April 8th, 2021 for the confirmation of the minutes. Be it resolved that the minutes of the regular meeting of council held on April 8th, 2021 be approved. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Kleiber. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. 7.2 is the meeting of April 13th. Be it resolved that the minutes of the committee of the whole meeting of council held on April 13th, 2020 be approved. 2021, I apologize, be approved. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Kleiber, seconded Councillor Link. Any discussion? Councillor Link, go ahead.
I was just wondering about 3.1, the purpose of the curling club coming to council. Perhaps we should add their purpose, which was, we could add something like at the end, and the club asked for council's consideration of additional fundings to support the curling club's operational budget, something like that.
Thank you, Councillor Link. Yep, I'll refer to Ms. Shaw. Any concerns over that, Ms. Shaw, adding their request for funding?
No concerns, Madam Mayor, but if Councillor Link could please repeat so that I could note that.
It doesn't have to be word for word, something the club asked for council's consideration of additional funding for support for the club's operational budget.
Maybe adding due to COVID-19. I think that's good wording, Councillor Ling. Councillor Bichetti, are you okay with the addition? I see Councillor Prag nodding. Councillor Kleiber, are you okay with the addition? Yep. Council's in agreement. Thank you, Councillor Link. Ms. Shaw, have you got that?
Yes, thank you, Council.
Perfect. Okay. Any other comments on the April 13th Committee of the Whole meeting minutes? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. And we have the special meeting of April 16th. Just pulling up. Be it resolved that the minutes of the special meeting of council held on April 16th, 2021 be approved. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Prag, seconded Councillor Bichetti. Any comments on the April 16th minutes? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. All right, we are down to item 10.1, accounts. Be it resolved that vouchers 42035 to 42086 as listed and totaling $233,561.36, void checks 41643 and totaling $35, and March Visa payment totaling $24,476.56 be approved as presented. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Link, seconded Councillor Prag. Any discussion? Councillor Link?
I just want to thank CAO Link for sending information even before the agenda was out regarding Stantec projects in an amount exceeding $9,000. And also for providing clarity on the visa payment for over $7,000, which was it was funded by, the item was funded by the fire protection grant. So thank you for clarifying that. Just a couple of questions regarding the strategic plan costs left, and I'm sure those will be answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
Was that the Stantec question, was that sent out to everybody, or was that just your inquiry, Councillor Link?
I didn't make an inquiry. I thought everybody would have got it because Mr. CAO sent it out prior to this agenda even.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I didn't get it. Maybe I could get that information, Mr. Olenek. You know what? It could have gone to my spam. I'll double check. Thank you.
Any other questions regarding the accounts? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. We have item number 11, monthly payroll. Be it resolved that the payroll for the month of March as follows be approved as presented. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Kleiber, second Councillor Prague. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Right, under communication 14.1, we have a letter from the West St. Paul Trails Committee, receiving that as information. Everybody's had an opportunity to look at that letter. Any questions, comments regarding that? Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
I've had at least 4 or 5 other emails regarding this issue. Now, I just would like some clarification in regards to this issue, because it seems to be more related to another application. So I'm wondering if Mayor Christian, you could speak to that. It seems to be related to land with Minnehaha and the possible application that might be coming forward. Is that the concern with this Riverside Nature Trail?
I believe so. In reading the letter that they've submitted, looking at wanting to have public green space for residents in between Kennebec and Lister Rapids. And so that's currently on private property. There's not much that we can do about that right now. There's a trail that exists that residents have been using, walking through the yacht club property in behind private and on private property along the river, and then connecting with Lister Rapids. I believe this is coming forward because of open houses a developer has had. To my knowledge, there's no open application on any development yet. They've just been holding open houses. So at this point, there's really nothing to comment on. We don't know what for sure the application is going to look like. I appreciate their concerns because there's been this public access trail along that property, but it is private property. So we're accepting this as information that they hope that trail can continue.
I believe that trail kind of goes through the yacht club and then carries on north. Is that correct? Yeah, because I remember walking that trail with you at one point. And so that property now that used to be on that trail, that's been sold to the developer. Is that correct?
That's always been private property. So it was a farmer's property, and then they've sold it to the developer. So after the flood of 97, that dike was built up, right? And yeah, it could be removed and they would have to build to current flood elevations. But we're, on the grace of the property owner, myself and residents who use that path, it's by their grace that we're able to continue using that, because it's not RM property at all. So I think it's great that they're saying we'd sure love to be seeing that maintained and that access preserved. Ultimately, it's private property, and depending on an application that comes forward, we'll see what happens.
Did other council members receive other emails as well? Because I know I received at least 4 or 5. So obviously there is a definitely concern by many people. I always say that, there's a saying that 1 complaint represents 10. So, if you have 4 or 5 complaints and we now have a letter there, clearly this seems to be a priority for people. So hopefully we can keep that in mind when that application does come forward.
Councillor Link and then Councillor Prague. Go ahead, Councillor Link.
Well, the properties on Kennebeek, I have trouble with that street name. Does their property go right down to the river, or is there a bit of a public reserve between the river and their property?
Their property goes straight to the river, the properties along Kennebec. And the yacht club is their own private property as well. It's public for people to go and have dinner and that, but they've been very generous in just allowing residents to wander through and get access to this as well, which has been very generous on their part too.
Well, I'm glad you clarified that the property behind the houses on Kennebeek is private as well. That makes a difference. Thank you.
Councillor Prague, go ahead.
I was invited by the Trails Committee to walk that trail because it's used by students of West St. Paul's School for nature walks. And the gentleman who teaches phys ed there sent one of the letters that he sent. And it's like a learning experience for these students. And he wants us to bear that in mind when this comes forward. And I didn't get to walk the trail as yet. I was busy on Saturday, but I told the gentleman that called, when the day is nice, I'll go out with him and have a look at it.
Councillor Link, go ahead.
Well, I remember being told that we better not walk on private property when there was all the hullabaloo on River Springs Drive and the trail there, and we got a clear direction. We better not be walking on that private property. We could get kicked off.
So far, we've got consent of these property owners. The yacht club knows that the school is wandering through and that residents are wandering through, so they've been very good. Hopefully something can be put in writing so that that access is maintained. And the Thiessen brothers know that everybody is using that right now, and whatever ends up coming forward as part of an application. But there are other property owners that do not want people walking through their yards. Yeah. Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
I was just going to say that if we're going to maintain Kennebec, then and it's on people's property, then we're going to have to gain access, even if it's something that's been done as before without permission. Going forward now, because of the change in our community, we're going to have to ask for permission for that to be maintained. I see the relevance of this, I can see the teacher's relevance for this, having been a teacher, that it's so wonderful when you can go on a nature trail and you can see the deer and you can see different things. That's what you want your kids to see. So hopefully that we can maintain that would be, I think it would be really good for the community.
Absolutely. And this is the part where building relationships with developers and property owners as a council to kind of come up with agreements that benefit the community. It's why it's so important to have such good relationships with these property owners. Absolutely. I think it's great they've submitted a letter and they have people talking. All right, next communication item 14.2, Cartier Regional Water Cooperative 2020 Public Water System Annual Report. That's there and everybody's had an opportunity to look at that. Not sure if there's any points for discussion on that, but it's attached so that council and the community are updated. And maybe, Mr. CEO, maybe you could just comment. I know Mr. Topolinski, as part of our public hearing, brought forward concerns about us getting water from Cartier and that they're boiling their water. We don't have any boil water advisories in West St. Paul, and no concerns at all with the water we're getting from Cartier. Does not contain sewer. Maybe this is something you could just clarify for council based on some of those comments made.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council, yeah, there's no problem with water. The water is checked on a daily basis. It's checked in the Headingley plant, it's checked at the Rosser Reservoir, it's checked at our reservoir. We have two highly educated staff in water working for West St. Paul. The quality of water is been said to be higher than neighboring communities. So, you know, we have a major community right next door to us, and this water is definitely higher quality than any water that's coming out of the ground right now. So we have no qualms about this water. Chemists and professionals have indicated that it's very good and it's tested on a regular basis. And yeah, please drink water that's coming out of your tap.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. I think it's important for everybody to know we've got good quality water coming out of there. Councillor Prague, go ahead.
I know in the last council, we had a tour of that plant, how they process the water. I don't think the new councillors had a chance to see that plant. It would be a good idea for them to have a tour of that plant to see the reverse osmosis, and so it's a very high-tech building. And I would sure appreciate if the rest of the council could be invited back to view that plant, to see how it's being done, and they will have a better understanding how they cleanse the water.
That is an excellent idea, Councillor Prague. When COVID restrictions come off, excellent idea. I think it'd be great for new council members to see that. The tour that we had previous term was excellent. There's multiple filtration systems, and it is really great to see that. Good idea, Councillor Prague. We'll put that in the to-do list for things to do when COVID restrictions are off and we're able to take a tour. Any other comments? All right, we will move on to general business. 15.1, miscellaneous meeting dates. Be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul authorize attendance at the following meetings as listed. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Prague. Any questions, discussion on the miscellaneous meetings? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. 15.2, the tender package for week. Oh, Councillor Link, go ahead.
Water cooperation, a cooperative has received this information, or does that matter?
I don't have a resolution for that. No,
Oh,
no.
okay, okay,
Just shared communication.
okay.
All right. Thanks for asking, though. It's good to keep me on track. Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
I didn't even hear the question. It was completely muffled.
Councillor Link just asked if we needed a resolution accepting the communication as information, and we don't have a resolution. It's just on the agenda as communication.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're at 15.2, weed control tender package. Be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul award the tender for weed control application for a period of 2 years to the low bid submitted by Specialty Turf Services in the amount of $50,040. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Prague. Any discussion? Councillor Link, go ahead.
Just to confirm for any residents who are watching, this is for one treatment per year only, unless there are some deficiencies. Is that correct?
Mr. CEO, I'm going to turn that to you just for follow-up.
I'd have to check on that. I'm not sure if it's just for one application.
I believe that's what the tender said, that they would be inspecting it, and within 30 days, they noticed that it hasn't been affected. They asked them to do it again in certain areas.
If they do it again, that would be more than one time.
No, that would be correcting areas that perhaps were missed.
If they call and they do it again, that's more than one time.
I'm sorry, Mr. CAO, they call it something else. Like if something isn't done correctly the first time, I know for the LID, some areas had to be redone. I forget the term for that, but I think they use the same term with this contract.
Yeah, if they come once and they don't do it well, they got to come back a second time.
Any other questions? Just looking at the administration report that we've been provided, the RM does not have the resources to provide this. The municipality tenders weed control applications to meet provincial standards and requirements. So just as a follow-up question, Mr. CEO, we're just meeting the provincial standards and requirements in terms of application.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right, seeing no further questions, comments for discussion, I'm going to request a recorded vote and I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. All right, we are moving in camera. We have a number of items in camera to discuss. Be it resolved that in accordance with section 152.3 of the Municipal Act, Council do now move in camera to discuss matters that are in preliminary stages and respecting which discussion in public could prejudice a municipality's ability to carry out its activities or negotiations. And further be it resolved in accordance with section 83(1)(d) of the Municipal Act, any issues that are discussed are kept confidential until discussed at a regular meeting of council. Can I have a mover, please?
Madam Mayor, if I
Yes.
may, if you could add "and legal" into that resolution, please.
Thank you. Can I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Kleiber. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. All right, we will just Can I have a mover to extend our meeting till 10:30? Moved by Counselor Bichetti, seconded. Counselor Pereg, any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. And now can I have a mover to go back in camera? Moved by Counselor Bichetti, second by Counselor Pereg. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. And we'll wait to get confirmation that we are back in camera.
I'm just waiting for Ken. Go ahead.
Okay, we are back live. Thank you for your patience, everyone that's been waiting. We discussed a number of issues in camera. 19.1.1 Rise and Report Resolution on Election Boundaries. Ms. Shaw, can I have you read that resolution for council?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul authorize the CAO to explore a third-party election boundary study.
Thank you. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Prague. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Our next item coming out of camera was the strategic plan. I'll read the resolution for that. Whereas the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul engaged Exchange Group to facilitate strategic planning in the municipality, and whereas the municipal strategic planning process has been completed and Council is desirous to communicate the municipal strategic plan with residents and stakeholders, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul, in accordance with the Municipal Tendering and Procurement Policy ADM 2019-1, approve the printing of the strategic plan. Can I get a mover, please?
And recorded vote, please.
Request for recorded vote. Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Prague. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. And our final item is legal. Ms. Shaw, can I have you read that resolution for council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Be it resolved that the CAO be instructed to work with legal counsel for the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul regarding third-party investigator and code of conduct complaint related to Resolution 2021-097.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Can I have a mover for that, please?
And recorded vote, please.
Moved by Councillor Bichetti, request for recorded vote, seconded Councillor Prague. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Can I have a mover to adjourn the meeting? Moved by Councillor Bichetti, seconded Councillor Kleiber. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. All right, enjoy what's left of your evening. Thank you, council, and we'll see you soon.